Om Swastiastu. Good morning to all presenters and all participants. Hopefully, you are in safe and healthy condition. And for this, all honorable presenter and participants on this session, so session 3 right now, on room number 4 is the second international seminar on fish and fishery science. My name is Yoga from Warmadewa University. I will lead this session as the moderator. I please to meet you here and welcome to all of you on the show. Bapak dan Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation starts, let me tell you how this presentation goes. First, I will invite each presenter to present for 10 minutes. And after that, followed by the discussion session. For this session, we have 9 presenters, so I will separate the session to be 2 sessions. The first session presenter is Ibu Meria Tirsabundu. The second is Ibu Nose Mote. The third is Bapak Yoga Chandra Ditya, and the fourth Bapak Antoni Sisko Panggabean, and the last for the first session is Ibu Erli Septimus. And now I would like to invite Ibu Meria Tirsabundu. I think Ibu Meria already in the room. And for the PIC, please share the presentation from Ibu Meria.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, Ibu Meria, are you already in the room?
Yes, Mike.
May you love your sound, your voice?
Are you hear my voice, please?
Yeah. Much clear. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, clear, Bu.
Clear ya? Okay. Okay. Hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Now I will present my research on habitat and some biological aspect of endemic fish, Poso half-beak Nomorhampus celebensis, in tributaries of Lake Poso. Next. Next, please. Yeah. Okay. As we know, there are 12 Nomorhampus species known endemic to Sulawesi. One of them is Nomorhampus celebensis, is found in tributaries or small rivers around the Lake Poso, central of Sulawesi. Nomorhampus celebensis belonging to ordo Beloniformes, family Senacropretidae. Spesiesnya, the species name is Nomorhampus celebensis. Next, please. Yes, thank you. Poso half-beak or Nomorhampus celebensis is the endemic fish that inhabit the tributaries of Lake Poso. And based on the IUCN, the conservation status is danger due to environmental degradation and modification and loss of habitat. As endemic species, there are no attention to protect these species from the extinction in nature. Information of habitat and biological aspect of these species are limited now. And this research was conducted to examine the language relationship condition factor and to reveal the habitat condition. And this information is, I hope, to be contribute to conservation effort of species. Next. Study area. This research was carried out in small rivers around of the Lake Poso, namely Tentena River, Peura River. You can see in the box line, red box line, Peura River, Candela River, Boe River, and the Salopa River. And the sampling was conducted from March to May 2023. Next. The sample collection was carried out at night by utilizing the positive phototaxis characteristic of this species. A flashlight was assigned on the water surface to guide the fishes. And then the fishes that was attracted under the light were caught by a scoop net. Fish that were caught were put into the water samples containing 5% formalin solution and brought to the laboratory for analysis. Total length and weight of fish specimen were measured to the nearest millimeters and grams, respectively, to obtain data on the length-weight relationship. Next. Okay, the data analysis for sex ratio, you can see below on the slide, the equation. And then length-weight relationship of each specimen were determined by using the exponential equation. You can see through W sama dengan A L pangkat B. Next. And the condition factor was calculated from the expression. You can see Kn sama dengan W per AL pangkat B, di mana where W adalah the fresh body weight, and in gram ya, and L is total length in millimeter, and A and B is constanta. Next. During the research, 76 species samples were obtained. The total length of female ranged from 24 millimeter to 85.5 millimeter. The total length of male range from 16 millimeter to 15 millimeter. The sex ratio of the fish examined, the sex ratio of fish examined indicate that 20% were males and 80% are females, and giving a sex ratio ratio 1 male to 4 female. And then length-weight relationship exponential equation of both female and male are present respectively below. You can see, ya, W sama dengan 5 kali 10 pangkat 6 L pangkat 3,0.926 dengan nilai R kecil atau korelasi 0,983. Kemudian untuk jantan, W sama dengan 6 kali 10 pangkat 5 L pangkat 2,4566 dengan R kecil 0,9663. Next. Length-weight relationship exponential equation of both female and male exhibits allometric growth with length exponent 3.08 2.26 for female and 2.4566 for female. The correlation coefficient or R values were strong for female and male fish studied. R equal 0.9 and R 0.9. Positive allometric growth pattern of female fish is indicating increase in weight is faster than length. Yeah. And then a negative allometric growth pattern of female fish indicating increased length of the fish is faster than weight. And then condition factor failure, female and male fish range from 0.85 to 1.33, average average 1.06 and range, and then male condition factor value range from 0.78 to 1.2, average 0.93 respectively. Next. Yeah. And on the slide, you can see the graphic of length weight relationship in this study. In the right one is hubungan panjang bobot ikan nomor hambus jantan, male nomor hambus, and the left one is female nomor hambus.
Your presentation or jump to the conclusion, like because your time will be less than 1 minute for the presentation. Thank you.
Next, please. Yeah. In this slide, you can see picture of research sample that we examined in this research. Next, please. And the result of this research, we found the nomor hambus celebensis species are inhabit in small rivers around of the Lake Poso, namely Tentena River, Piura River, Candela River, Boe River, and Salopa River. Found four rivers outlet into Lake Poso except Tentena River outlet into the Poso River. The characteristic of the 5 rivers are small rivers with width of 4 to 5 meters and depth less than 1 meter. This river is clear water, have a clear water and has relative slow, not too rapid current. Substrate of the bottom of the river consists of sand and rocky. And then in the river, this species is found in the open water or shelter under aquatic plant in riparian area, relatively calm. Sorry.
Ibu Maria, your time is up.
Time is up. Sorry, moderator, I don't hear your voice.
Your time is up.
Repeat, please.
Excuse me, Bu Maria. The moderator just said that your time is up and you can jump to the conclusion, please.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the conclusion is, sorry, I don't put the conclusion in the slide, maybe. Oh, there. Sorry. Okay, the characteristics of the river inhabited by Norhambus celebensis, Asma River, and around it there are good vegetation, The bottom substrate of the small rivers consists of fine sand, gravelly sand, and rocky with the moderate current. And then in the rivers, these species can be found in open or shelter under the plant roots or aquatic plant in riparian area or rivers with water deep less than 1 meter. And then the growth pattern of female fish is positive allometric with male fish is while male fish is a negative allometric. And then the last, based on the failure of the condition factor, exhibit that not men and women, both male and female have a good condition. That is all from me. Thank you. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, so much to Ibu Sagundo to giving us an informative presentation and also the interesting research about non-harmful services in Lainnya. And now I would like to welcome the second presenter, Ibu Nur Mote. Are you already in? Hello, Ibu?
Yeah, hello.
Hello, yeah.
Yeah, permission display. Okay.
Yeah, our committee will help you to prepare the presentation. Okay. Okay. So you can share your presentation. Please, Ibu, your screen is yours.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for your time. Dear Honorable Presenter and Participant Seminar, healthy greeting to all of us. I will present the result of my research with the title Distribution of Length Class and Growth Pattern of Threadfin Rainbow Fish, Irieterina werneri, Menken 90-70-40 in Rawabiru and Wango Rivers, Merauke Regency, south of Papua. The research is part of my dissertasi research with title Systematic Ecobiology Reproduction and Design Management Strategy of Threadfin Rainbow Fish in South Papua. Indonesia is a mega biodiversity country. The high diversity of flora and fauna is supported by various types of ecosystem, so that there is a high level of species endemic. One ecosystem, the story has a lot of biodiversity is the inland common aquatic ecosystem. This ecosystem have high diversity and endemic species, but are vulnerable to population decline. South of Papua has a unique type ecosystem of inland common aquatic ecosystem, one of which is wetland ecosystem with swamps pollen. This ecosystem was wield of biological resources of diverse flora and fauna. Famous flora species include orchid, eucalyptus, and famous fauna species are various types of bird and native fish as Barramundi, Latus calcalifer, Oxyoleritis sp, and some fish native to Papua and some such as rainbow fish, Melatonia splendida robustriata, This is a picture. Kemudian next Iriatirina werneri and Arwana irian. Although fish biodiversity in south of Papua is high, in-depth studies to reveal the research abundance and ecobiological aspect of this fish have not been carried out and must to the day. Threadfin rainbow fish Iriana terina werneri is unique because lives and spread in two countries, Indonesia in central to southern New Guinea and Australia northern territory. This is fish Iriaterina werneri in Kandel rivers and Jardine rivers in Queensland, and this is in Indonesia, Papua from Merauke. Single species of the genus Iriaterina and sex dimorphism. This is male and this is female. Until now, there has not been much research related to ecology, biology, and reproduction in its natural habitat. Research only carried out on laboratory scale. For example, Trapin et al., Said et al., Hergianto et al., etc. Study related to the distribution of size, class, length, and growth patterns of fish are important to be studied basically in the management of this fish, because until now data on ecology, growth, food, and reproduction of fish in natural habitat have not been available. Based on this explanation, the purpose this study was to determine the size, class, distribution, and growth pattern of threadfin rainbow fish in the Rawa Biru and Wango rivers in south of Papua. Method. Sample, this is a site location in research. Wango rivers and Rawa Biru. Rawa Biru represent pollen ecosystem, and then Wango rivers represent flowing ecosystems. Sample were abandoned in the field using a fine skirt, then separated by gender and put into a bottle sample that contained 5% formalin. Next sample is analysis in the laboratory, measure the total length and body weight of the fish. Data analysis, result and discussion. Rawa Biru and Wango rivers, threadfin rainbow fish kept at the Rawa Biru site amounted to 131 male and 151 female, while the number of male fish kept at the Wango rivers set was 133 and 138 female fish. Based on the distribution of the total length of the threadfin rainbow fish, or the most male fish caught in the Rawa Biru is 32.48 to 35.48, including for female. Female to 26.50 to 26.50. And then next, Wango Rivers. Wango Rivers for male fish 29.31 to 30.31, 31, and females 28.28 to 29.31.
Pass your suggestion because the time line only 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Language relation. Sorry. The different of in number and size of cats is caused by several factors, including the environmental provides a good source of food. In the Wango rivers, the fish are one variant in size but small, while in the blue rawa biru the opposite is true. Next, language relation. The relation model of totaling weight of male and female training at the rawa biru site was W equal 0.0002 L square 1.98. And the site of Wango rivers can be seen on the slide. Okay, fish grow pattern about study site where rawa biru and Wango rivers were allometric negative. Conclusion: male fish caught in the rawa biru measure 11. Hello.
Your voice is not terrible.
And
We just lost your voice to go to the microphone. Okay, thank you very much to the Universitas for
hello.
Informative and also interesting research about rainbow fish in Wango River and also in Rawa. And now I would like to invite Bapak Yoga Chandra Vidya. Are you already in room?
Yes, yes, I am.
My
Okay.
voice clear, Bapak?
Yes, very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. So
Yes,
share the presentation from Bapak Yoga.
yes. Would you please I share my PowerPoint? Share screen. Okay. Okay. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Will you set slideshow your presentation?
Okay, thank you, moderator. We same the name, Yoga. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Would you please, I want to share our research result with the time identification component to assess the status of fisheries management in the tributary of the Balikpapan River is Kalimantan. And in this research collaboration, BRIN with Mulawarman University. Introduction, we know issue of Ibu Kota Negara or ICC, Indonesian Capital City, relocating from Jakarta to Kalimantan because the low water availability and land conservation occur in Java Island. So urbanization growth is very high, unhealthy air quality, decreased environmental carrying capacity, rate of flood, earthquake, or and subsidence of soil in Jakarta. So the IKN or ICC core zone is the water source area for at least 40 rivers that flow into Balikpapan Gulf. Maybe we can see in the map. This is a core zone, and then this is a developed zone. Balik 40 river is that flow into Balikpapan Gulf. This is river are a type of inland water in the form of flowing ecosystem that hold various benefits in the balance of nature and human life. And we know fisheries activity is very important for food security, protein source, and effort to overcome stunting. And what's the problem? There is no information regarding management status, especially inland water fishery result in the Balikpapan tributary. Data and information available are sedimentation and water quality in the Rico River and the water quality in the Wine River. The management status is expected to provide an initial picture of the potential and existing problem and can be used as material for developing a management strategy plan going forward. Fisheries management ecosystem approach is an approach to determine the status of management based on inland fisheries results, which tend to be limited. Therefore, to support sustainable river management in GDLN, a study is needed to examine indicator of the main issue status of inland fisheries management in the Balikpapan tributary. Material and method location we the three tributary of the Balikpapan River. That is Sepaku, Pemaluan, and Mentawai River. Study was conducted in April 2023. Primary data was collected to interview with decision maker and beneficiaries. Sampling was carried out using the stratified random sampling. Sampling technique pay attention to its population. Population is 45 fishermen. We choose the 12 respondents. It's a good but not override and must have the same opportunity to be taken. This one, titik point location. This questionnaire present domain and indicator, which are the modification of technical guidelines for assessing indicator of fisheries management in inland water using ecosystem approach issued by STI 2020 and 2022. We can see in the table 1 in 7 domain, environment, facing technology, social economy, research, government, and stakeholder with the other indicator. And the indicator group into 7 domain, yes, in the current fisheries management ranking. The model is formed into 3 quartiles that rank from the poor, fair, and good of each domain. The results are displayed with a flag model consisting of red, yellow, and green. Yes. Okay. Result and discussion. The 3 tributary of Balikpapan, namely Sepaku, Pemaluan, Mentawai, Regional for Fisheries Management in the local ecosystem have applied the principle of sustainable fisheries. however, are still not optimal. Why? We can see in the table 4. This is the red color in the domain influence and domain economy in Mentawir, and then domain government in Pemaluan. The main issue in implementing the principle of sustainable fisheries include the environment, economic, and governance. The main issues of the environmental domain include pollution, the absence of fisheries conservation area as a no-fishing area that aim protect biodiversity and important habitat in a effort to offset environmental modification and slowing activity. Okay, and the main issue in the economic domain, asset ownership from capture fisheries activity in inland water do not tend to increase the number or value of asset. The income proportion from capture fisheries activity tend to be low, under 50% UMR. The expenditure proportion on non-food is greater than spending on food. Economic dividend originating from fishing activity and non-fisheries business. The diversity of fishermen livelihood with a proportion of 130% of people working as fishermen. And the main issue of the governance domain compliance with the principle of sustainable fisheries is shown by the absence of violation in capture fisheries activity. Regulations are available but have not completely regulate sustainable fisheries management. There is no local wisdom capable of guarantee the sustainable of fish resource and the environment. The decision-making mechanism doesn't involve all members of the community. There is no policy document for ecosystem-based fisheries management in inland water. So, conclusion, the management of inland fisheries in the tributary Balikpapan has applied the principle of sustainable fisheries, but it's not optimal. So, it is necessary to establish a strategic plan to optimize or improve the condition of the main issue domain, namely the environment, economic, and governance. Some strategic plan that can be carried out are strategic plan to improve or enhance the environmental condition of fish resource in the Balikpapan tributary, strategic plan to improve the role of capture fisheries in the economic life of fisheries household in the Balikpapan tributary, and a strategic plan to optimize the role of fish resource governance to realize and ensure sustainable fisheries management in the Balikpapan tributary. And then management condition in the social and technology domain of fisheries are relatively good. This can be the basis for community involvement in fisheries management. I think that's all our presentation. Thank you. I come to moderator.
Okay, thank you so much to Bapak Yoga for giving us informative and also interesting research about fisheries management in Balikpapan River. And now I would like to invite the fourth presenter is Bapak Antoni Sisko Panggabean. Bapak Antoni, are you already in room?
I already to present it. Is my voice clear?
Yes, your
Okay.
voice.
Yeah. I already to present the research.
Okay, the screen is yours, Pak.
Okay. Yeah. Can the make a full slide? Yeah. Thank you, the moderator for the opportunity to give me presented the research. The title of the research, the stock status of Lucanus gibbus in Kupang waters, is Nusa Tenggara. First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name Antoni Sisko Panggabean, and we write this paper in the teams. They are the name of the teams, and we are from Research Center for Fishery, National Research and Innovation Agency. Okay, I think that's enough for our introduction, and then we go to the next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, yesterday we all already hear that the madam from Rin said the fish is the most important food that can make our brain bright. Oh, so that's a good statement. I think that's a good statement for all of us. If we go to the it fits. All of the commodity fish is good. It's make our brain can bright. But the most important, one of the most important is the demersal fish, like red snapper or Lachanus gibbus. If we know that the red snapper or Lachanus gibbus is the one of species from family Lucanidae that is can live in the tropical and subtropical waters. This species can be reach large size and live in the relatively deep waters. So the species is a high economic value. Because the economic value, there is fish can almost fishermen, local fishermen or industrial fishermen catch this fish because this is a high economic value. So in the Kupang city, this is one of the species for targeting to catch. Yeah, because this is a high quality, high price can make the economic or the Kupang city make the economic development of Kupang city can be high. So the fishing gear was used to catch this species. The fishermen use hand line and bottom long line. That's a dominant fishing gear. And then the operational can be done with the traditional operational and industry operational. So this is a basic for us to know what the stock status of the Lachanus gibbus in the East Nusa Tenggara based on data length-based assessment method. So we focus for the length base. It means we collecting data for the length of this fish. And we hope the result of this study were expected to serve as a scientific basis for recommendation on the utilization and management of sustainable red snapper or Lachanus gibbus stock. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is a material and methods. We spread it into two methods: data collection and data analysis. This is data collection. We use we get the data from March 2019 through December 2020. Yeah, this is a long data we can get in this length of this species. Data collection was conducted by researchers and enumerator at the Oeba Fish Landing Site, Kupang. So we get the data length of this fish in the Oeba Fish Landing Site or PPI Oeba. The researcher will be helped by enumerators. So the enumerators can collecting the data daily from the handline and the bottom handline. And then the sample were measured from the tip of the mouth of the, it means the tip of, from the tip of the tail, total length using a measuring board. The total number is fish length samples we measure was 3,000 more than 3,000 specimen. And then this is, we look the picture. This is a Kupang. This is the site. This is a location. It is a location for the collecting data. Kupang is the part of the fisheries management area 573. So we get in the allocation Kupang, and then this is a sample for the species. Next Next slide, please. So in the analysis data, we use the formula. The formula we I think we almost know that the formula, because in the fisheries, formula is usually used for stock assessment. I think this is we can only just read the formula, but this is a logistic formula for use the analysis this species. We can spread it in the size structure, length at first capture, length at maturity. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Growth, and then asymptotic length. Next slide, please. Total mortality, natural mortality, and fishing mortality, and exploitation rate. This is a parameter we use to know the stock status of this fish in the waters, especially in the Kupang waters. So there is yes. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is a result. This is a fishing gear specification. We get the data from handline and then the bottom handline. I think this is the specification of handline, and this is a specification of bottom long line. So we can read in this, just only read for the specification. I think this is just for introduction that the specification of handline just like this, and the bottom outline that specification like this. But more important for us, this is a different fishing ground for this for this fishing gear. Different fishing ground for the sailor, because the handline usually get the fishing ground in the offshore, but the bottom long line in the near shore. So this is it makes indicators the catch there are different size for this handline or for this fishing gear. I'm sorry. Okay, next. This is we can see that the fishing ground of this fishing gear. This is the head, and in the left in the handline, and the right is the bottom line. So we can know that this make the different size for the catch. Okay, next slide. Next. So if we talk about the size structure, if we see this figure, there's a distribution of the structure of this catch was when landed in the PPI Oeba. The length is between 70 until to 14 centimeter. But the most dominant size length was caught 30 until to 34 centimeter total length. If we see the figure, it means the size of the catch, the size of the catch go to the right, toward to the right. It means the fish was get caught is a big fish. If it's a big fish, so it is mean there's a big fish was landed in the PPI Oeba. Next slide, please. So this is a result of the length of fish capture and length of first maturity. This is the table shows that the data from 2019 and 2020. Yeah. Yes.
Your time remains 2 minutes left.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Siap. Okay. This is the length of capture more than higher than length of maturity. It means the recruitment of regression process is going well, because the suspected that the species are caught after spawning first. And then the population dynamic shows that the growth rate of Lucianus gibbus is less than 0.5. It means the growth of this species is low. And then the length of symptotic is more than 450. So this indicators that fish has a relatively slow growth to reach asymptotic length. Next. This is the other research for the other waters, so we can compare the result for these other waters. And then the next, please. So this is so that the fishing mortality is lower than natural mortality. It means the fishing mortality it means the exploitation is good, because the fishing mortality is more than the mortality. This is compared to the other waters about the fishing mortality, and natural mortality, and then the exploitation rate. Next, please. So the conclusion, we can know that the fish already was caught is a big fish, and then the fishing mortality is less than mortality. It means the exploitation rate is the less than the 0.5. So if we look the exploitation rate, it is good for the more for increase the more the get the effort 30% from the current condition, but it is with a precautionary approach. So it is it's mean the Lucandus gibbus of this water is already is a good condition. And then the end we will get we will thanks to the head of Marine Fisheries Agency, Ministry of Maritime, and then the researcher and the universities who have worked together during data collection. Next, please. Okay, thank you for this time. I think we go back to the moderator. Thank you, moderator.
Okay, thank you to Bapak Analisis Kepala for giving us informative and also the interesting research about stock status of indigenous gibbus in Kupang water. Now, I would like to invite the last presenter on this first section, is Ibu Abli Septianingsih. Are you already in room, Ibu Abli?
Oh, Ibu Eli is my team. I want to presentation this material because the Septianingsih, our team is maybe so on our presentation to our team these decisions. Sahabudin. Yes. Yeah, our team.
Okay.
Okay.
For the PIC, please share the presentation.
My slide. What about our slide?
You can.
Could you looking our slide?
Yeah. We can see your slide, Bapak.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for our participant on the presentation. The result of the research, the title of the research, the effect of the biopesticide with different concentration on growth and survival rate of male fish shit Canus in controlled tanks. The main authors Erli Septianingsih, I am Sahabudin, and Erna Saharudin Kaseng. Miss Erli and Sahabudin from National Research and Innovation Agency, and Mrs. Erna, Department of Agriculture, Makassar State University. Okay. The introduction, the integrated rice farming in brackish water is carried out by cultivating milkfish prey. During the rice maintenance process, spraying of the natural biopesticide is carried out to counter co-culture Minapadi pest obtained from the extraction of neem plants, leaves, and seeds. The active compounds of neem plants don't kill pests quickly, but affect feeding, growth, reproductive power, and molting process, inhibit mating and sexual communication, decrease hatchability. So this study aims to determine the effect of biopesticides on integrated rice fish farming in brackish water during the cultivation period on the growth and synthesis of the white fish in correlate tanks. Yes. This is the leaves and seed mimba containing asa directa. In B, primary biopesticides. Recommendation from Kementerian Pertanian. Yes, Sukabumi. The material, the research was conducted using experimental methods with experimental design types, namely complete random design trial. So consisting of the treatment, one control, pesticide, zero concentration, at treatment, pesticide 10,000 concentration ppm. Treatment pesticide 20,000 ppm. Say treatment pesticide with concentration 1,000 ppm. So I'm sorry, my signal trouble. This so the how to doing the treatment of the research with the control tank. This aeration regulator material of the laboratory control tank aquarium. There's blower, sample bottle sample, seed meal piece, regulations. These are the material of the how to make the treatment in the laboratory. Yes, material methods. Growth absolute weight growth is the difference of the total weight of the fish body, the end of maintenance and the beginning of maintenance. Absolute weight is calculated by formula A. This is Vm minus O. M absolute weight growth, Vt final average weight, Vo initial average weight. B length growth, the growth of absolute length is calculated by the formula L, Lt minus Lo. L absolute length growth, final length, initial length. Survival rate and water quality analysis. The result of the research showing that concentration biopesticida contour A, B, C treatment really the best concentration di A treatment 0.71. And absolute long growth of meal fish seed treatment 1.773. Then treatment B treatment, C treatment, and low control. And average survival life present meal fish seeds. Biopesticide biospecies concentration, the best treatment E treatment 81.67. Then B treatment 73.73. Temperature and business conservation treatment. Water quality, the nitrate, ammonia, yes, I think this is a dynamic of the water quality until treatment in the research. Yes, I think the conclusion, the provision of the biopesticide with different consideration has real influence. Real influence long super right has no influence growth of the available disease in the studies. A treatment concentration of biopesticide
Oh, I think we just lost Bapak Ahmadudin. He is speaking trouble. And now, I think we are going to the discussion session for the question and answer. I would like to have three brief questions from the participant who joined in Zoom or the participant who joined in this class. So I think Pak Ahmadudin rejoined.
yes. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
May you share the conclusion, Bapak Sahabudin?
Conclusion. Oh, so okay.
Yeah, because we are going to the
Let's make conclusion.
presentation.
This is a conclusion. Do you look at my conclusion, Mr.
Yeah.
Director?
Can see
Okay,
your
thank
presentation.
So conclusion, the proposition of the pesticide with different concentration has a real influence of absolute long growth, and survival rate nutrient has a noticeable influence of the growth of the absolute weight of male fish seed in controlled tubs. The best treatment in the study is based on the growth on fish, namely a treatment, because it has an absolute weight growth of 0.71 grams, absolute length growth of 1.70 centimeter, and survival synthesis, which is quite good at 81.67% in maintenance for 31 days. So this consideration is applicable to the cultivation of millfish with a saline minapadi system, co-culture minapadi system. Water quality such as ammonia and nitrate have a real effect, while temperature, pH, and demand oxygen have no real effect on the growth and synthesis of meal seed in controlled tubs. Thank you very much for Mr. Moderator. This is my presentation. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Bapak Sahabudin, for your informative research and also the interesting presentation about effect of biopesticide for the growth and also the survival rate of the milk fish. And now we're going to the discussion session. And for the participant who want to ask the presenter, please mention your name and also the institution and also to whom your question is going.
No asking maybe. Yes, Pak Antonio. Antonio Cisco Pagkapya.
Yeah.
No asking maybe.
I think everything is clear. I think that's clear, very clear. So there's no question. That's a good,
Yes.
Mr. Sahabudin.
Yeah, thank you. Clearly the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, one in chat room from
Yeah, we have a question from Bapak Erpin in chat room to Bapak Mr. Sahabudin. And the question is, how much access the pesticide application on rice and on rice can affect fish life? And the second question is, has there been any use of standard pesticide for Minamata? So two questions to Bapak Sahabudin.
bicara Daeng, bicara Daeng. So the pesticide because the material of the pesticide from natural, I think no effect from no effect for the fish life, because the material of the pesticide, biopesticide, no effect to cultivar. Yes, I think menguntungkan bagi padi juga untuk ikan. No mutualisme. Yeah, I think. Okay.
That's all your response.
The pesticide is special pesticide, different of the another pesticide, pestisida yang umum itu, yang bahan kimia. This not bahan kimia, chemistry material, not the natural pesticide, so no effect for the peas and cultivar, another cultivar. Thank you very much, Mr. Erwin. Daeng Erwin.
And the second question, standardized of pesticide for Minapadi.
Yeah. This is the pesticide, biopesticide, especially to Minapadi payau. Yes, especially Minapadi payau. The biopesticide is the special to system Minapadi payau. Yeah. Recommended from Kementerian Pertanian. Yeah. Yeah.
The answer is clear, Bapak Erwin.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Terima kasih, Daeng.
And now we have
Pak Antoni, makasih.
Nawati who raised their hand. Please,
Yeah.
to whom your question is.
Okay, thank you, moderators. My question for Pak Antoni. I'm just curious with the growth analysis, why you spread between the data from 2019 and 2020 for this analysis? Thank you. Pak Antoni?
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Moderator, this is a direct question or
Please, you can respond directly.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Ibu Erna. First of all, we want to know the growth in the 2019 and then 2020. So we share the result from the 2019 and then we show the result of 2022. So we can compare about the growth. Actually, we can use the all of the data 2019 and then we combine with the 2020. But in this case, we want to share the information that the growth in the 2020 is like this, and then the growth in the 20 like this. So we can know the track of the growth rate in the 2 years. I think this is only for the information that we know. We can know the compare growth rate in the in these 2 years. I think that's like this, Bu Erna.
Moderators, can I have a comment?
Yes, if you have a comment
Okay.
for the response from Pak Anthony, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Pak Anthony, I think consideration this species is a slow growth. It's better that the data from 2019 and 2020 is pulled for the analysis, because I mean we all know that as your result in your study, the K parameter or the growth constant is very slow. So I mean that maybe this species also maybe reach the maximum age more than 5 years or 6 years. So actually we do not need to separate the analysis between 2019 and 2020. I think this is my opinion to your study. Thank you.
Okay, Bu Erna, that's a good suggestion. We will get the information, the suggestion in our full paper. Maybe in our full paper we can give the reason why we can pull this data from 2019 and 2000. This is a good idea. This is a good suggestion. Thank you, Ibu Erna.
Thank you to Ibu Udayana for your comment and participation. And on chat box, we also have a question from Bapak Ervin to Bapak Yoga. Maybe Bapak Yoga answer the question on the chat box, because on this class by offline we have 2 questions from students, so we give the opportunity for the student ask to the presenter. And please mention your name and institution.
Yes, thank you, moderator.
Please just
Yes.
answer the question on the chat box, because we have a question from the student here, so we give the opportunity for the student.
Okay. Maybe first I answer the chat box.
Yeah.
Yes, that's Mr. Ervin, Pak Ervin. Good morning. Thank you very much. That's the good question. What advice can be given to the local government? I think we start where the reservoir location. Then the some problem in the environmental domain. Tadi sudah disampaikan. Sorry in bahasa. Domain environmental is one problem in the location, the 3 location. So berangkat dari suaka perikanan yang telah disepakati oleh local government, dari index, the next step, and the pemerintah dalam tingkat lokal, the local government in the make the regulation to what the meaning to legal to melegalkan bahwa that is in this location no activity fisheries for the maintenance the biodiversity biodiversity fish in the aquatic system. And I think about the economic and then ecology, this is saling ketergantungan, depend. We need the economic dulu, baru ini tidak how to the depend on and then sustain to sustainable fisheries. I think that is the way as well about the question Bapak Mr. Ervin for the question. So Mr. Moderator.
May I say
Yes.
something?
Yes.
No activity fisheries that you say. It means there is no fishing in that area. Is this not economically detrimental to the community? Artinya, what mean the fisher cannot catch the fish? It means they don't have apa ya, pendapatannya dihilang di situ.
I think saya kira tidak begitu ya. I don't think so. With fisheries, capture fisheries, the main activity, the fishermen. But we upgrade the skill fishermen to capture fisheries. But the next step to how about ham industri, pengolahan, so dia bisa meningkatkan pendapatan. Nah, jadi hasil tangkapan is very good, but bagaimana dia meningkatkannya itu? Jadi that's his konsumsi and then dijual langsung jual yang sifatnya bulky fish, not the produk olahan lebih lanjut. Nah, itu yang mungkin maybe we can value added to feature yang depannya. That's it, Pak. The general problem in the fisher. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, now we have a question from the student. Please mention your name and institution and also to whom your question is. Okay, thank you for the time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sinarmedi. I'm from Udayana University. I just want to know what the method to whom your question is. To whose presenter your question is going. Untuk siapa pertanyaan? Pak Antoni. Oh, Pak Antoni. So the question for Pak Antoni. Just continue your question. Sorry, my English is a little bit. Can I?
Can use the microphone maybe because the voice is not clear to hear.
Okay. I wanna ask you how what the method what the method you use to the research and how you get the sample, and maybe you have ideal how many sample you use to know the persebaran at this to your research. Thank you.
Okay, I will directly to answer, Pak Moderator. Okay, thank you for your question. How to use the method? Before we join the brain, we are in the Fisheries Research Institute for Marine Fisheries. So we have activities in that location. we find the enumerators who the man can help us to collect the data. So we collaborated with the enumerator that she will be collecting data daily, and then the data will be sent to the researchers in Jakarta. So we have got a lot of data daily in the 2019 until 2020. One enumerator will be collecting data minimum 100 or 50 specimen for a day, minimal 50 samples minimal in one day. So we get 20 days active for the enumerator to collecting data. This is a method to how get the data length of the species, and then all of the data we get to compile, and then we use the formula to analyze this data. There's the method, and then how to get the sample. The sample the enumerator help us to collecting the data. The enumerator will be standby in the PPI. So the enumerator will be standby in the PPI. When the fishing boat came to the PPI, the enumerator will be write the data about the species. I think there's a how to get to the sample. So we have a gut sample daily in the months, 20 days in the month. I think that's a explanation for us to how to get the method and then how to get the sample. Thank you, moderator. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Okay, good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon, Kak Yoga, and Miss Nurse Mote. Permission to introduce myself. My name is Gedung from the Faculty of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Udayana University. My question: first, based on the result obtained, then what method was used in collecting data based on the result of the research that you did? And secondly, this result is said to primary data taken directly in the failure. So, can you explain? Can you explain further what is included in the data? Thank you. The question to Ibu Nurse Mote, are you there in room, Ibu, to respond to the question? I think Ibu Nurse already leave from the breakout room. So maybe we can next to the second session on this session 3 with 4 presenters. The first presenter is Ibu Krisnawati, and the second is Ibu Vera Savaria. The third is Bapak Saiful Ahmad Kauladani, and the last is Ibu Siti Nurul Aida. So I would like to invite all of the presenter on the second session, on session 3. For the first presenter is Ibu Sri Ernawati. I think you already enrolled.
Yes, I am.
Okay. And for the IC, please help us to share the presentation from Ibu Sri Ernawati. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, moderators. I'm waiting for my slides.
Yeah, wait a moment, please.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity to present my study with title Life History Parameters, Selectivity and Reference Points of Lucanus malabaricus in the Makassar Strait, Indonesia. Next, please. Next, okay, thank you. The Malabar blood sniper or Lucanus malabaricus is part of tropical snipers distributed from shallow waters associated with coral reefs to a depth of about 100 meters. And this species is an economically important marine fish and export commodity with a high value. And this fishery contributes heavily to small-scale and industrial fisheries in Indonesia, but mostly dominated by small-scale or artisanal fisheries with small boats less than 10 GT. And also, snapper, including Lucanus malabaricus, is extensively exploited using various fishing gears, hand line, bottom long line, traps, bottom gill net, and others, but dominated by bottom long lines and hand line. And through the Ministry of Marine and Fisheries Affairs Regulation number 19/2022, the demersal and reef fish, including snipers in the Makassar Strait as a part of Fisheries Management Area 713, has been determined to be in a state of overexploitation. And meanwhile, the situation of the fishery identified as a data limited and deficiency in the comprehensive information for management inputs. So in general, this condition of tropical and artisanal fisheries has a lack of data in the historical catch, fishing effort, and population abundance, and which makes assessment quite challenging. Next, please. So by using length data is an alternative for data limited situation for estimating life history parameters, growth, longevity, length maturity, and natural mortality with length-based methods. And the needs to better understand of the life history parameters of the species, in this case, Lucanus malabaricus, will assist in developing a management model for sustainable fish exploitation, coupled with the character of this fish, whose growth is slow, long-lived, and late maturity. So it is challenged in management. Therefore, the objectives of this study are first, determining life history parameters through length-based models. Second, defining reference point. We use exploitation level E and limit of fish mortality F limit as the stock status of Lucanus malabaricus fishery. Next, please. The data collection was conducted in six fish landing sites. There are Bontang, Balikpapan, Sangatta, Baru, Takalar, and Makassar. And it's collected from various fishing years. And also the length data recorded daily every month from January 2018 to December 2021, with the number of samples 70,436. And especially gonad maturity data for estimating length at maturity, it's obtained as a sample of 551. Next, please. For the data analysis, for the growth parameters, we use form Bertalanffy growth question, and it's carried out using the open source software R with the Trophies R package, and the length at maturity and selectivity following King 27 using a logistic model function. And for the mortality M, Z, and F, for the natural mortality M calculated using a formula by Zen et al. 2015, Zhang number grade 26, unique 1918, unique 1983, and poly 1980. And Z calculated using a length converted catch curve. And F, we use a simple equation equal to Z minus M. And reference point, we propose exploitation rate A followed spur and phonema 1999, and limit of fishing mortality F limit equals 2/3 M followed Peterson 1992. Next, please. Next. Next. Okay, thank you. This is the result, the length of Lucanus malabaricus from Makassar Strait, and was collected from various fishing gears. And the size of the commercial catches range from 10 to 94 centimeter, with mean length was 48.8 centimeter, and the mode in the length class was identified at 40 centimeter. And related to the maturity, the length at 50% maturity, or L50 for female, is obtained 47 centimeter. Meanwhile, for the length at maturity in the level 95% is resulted 96 centimeter. And based on the length at maturity L50 in the level 47 centimeter, it is estimated the number of fish caught is less than length at maturity in the level 40%, as defined as immature fish. In this study, around 58% of the fish caught were immature. And related to the selectivity analysis, the length data of the fishing gears which dominantly contribute to the catch were hand line and bottom long line, whereas the mines for selectivity analysis. And the length structure of Lucanus malabaricus based on the hand line and bottom long line is presented in the table. We can see it all together here. And for the selectivity analysis, resulted the selectivity in the level 50% or SL50 of both fishing gears was 46.5 centimeter for hand line and 43 centimeter for bottom long line. And for the level selectivity in the 95% or select SL95, both hand line and bottom long line were 62.2 centimeter and 54.8 centimeter respectively. Overall, the mean size showed more than the L50 or maturity size in level 50%, but however, the length modes indicated relatively immature fish, which was grouped at the 40 centimeter length. And this condition was also strengthened by the result of the selectivity analysis towards the two dominant types of fishing gears, which obtain a catch size smaller than the fish maturity length. And also related to the found about 58% immature, this fishery is at a high risk of being overfished because more than 50% of the fish caught are immature. So in the study, Malabar bass snapper faces a high risk of overexploitation. Therefore, it suggested the management use a minimum size approach considering the size at maturity as an option for the regulation. Next, please. In the current study, growth parameter analysis was obtained the following parameter estimation value with length of sitong tip 82.9 centimeter and growth coefficient K 0.35 per year. And this is identified as categories as relatively slow based on spur and phonema, which is K less than 1. And the table show the result of Lucanus malabaricus growth from prior studies, which is various among locations. It points out that Malabar snapper has characteristics as a slow growth and long-lived species. And the growth of K varied both models based on otoliths here we see. And we see in the table for the audit resulted, there was a difference in K value between Arafura waters Indonesia and the Pilbara offshore Australia, which indicated the snapper from Arafura water grows faster than from the Pilbara offshore, because the K is higher, the K in Arafura is higher than from Pilbara coast. Meanwhile, various results. Meanwhile, various result of growth parameters based on length model approach, different area possible. There are differences. This is possible occur due to the uncertainties of applying length base and sampling estimation models, which is not describe or represent population in waters. For example, it is known that Malabar snapper is caught by various fishing gears and with different fishing ground. So ideally, samples taken for growth analysis need to be obtained from these various fishing gears and fishing ground. Next, please. Natural mortality M is one of the important life history parameters, but its calculation is very difficult and has many uncertainties. Therefore, we determined to apply some models. We use life history and empirical approach to calculate the M value. And the result of M based on 4 models are presented in the table. And we use M from Zhang and McGrew 26 as input for other model, considering the value is more realistic to the characteristic of Lucanus malabaricus. And for the Z is resulted 0.8 and F with simple equation resulted 0.5. Okay, next please. And
can we jump to the conclusion?
Okay, yeah, thanks. This is the okay. Reference point dispensing for stock status determined by expression F and limit of synchronity F limit. And also we found that E current is 0.63 and E optimal point F indicates that the level of exploitation has exceeded of optimal utilization. And F limit value is found 0.2 is lower than F current 0.5. So this is illustrate which current effort in harvesting activity of Lucanus malabaricus have surpassed the limit of its effort. And this is the next, please. Based our finding for the study, we have some of the options could be implemented for the management, including first, setting a minimum legal size considering length at maturity. Second, increase the size of the hook. Third, prohibition to catch fish in coral reefs and seagrass area, which are identified as nursery ground areas of snapper groups. And fourth, it is necessary to design and develop a conservation area and expand the no-take zones area, which is used as a stock preservation area. And the last one is conducted habitat restoration, especially coral reefs and seagrass whose status has decreased. I think this is the lesson, and thank you.
Okay, thank you to Ibu Udayana for giving us informative and also interesting research about life history parameters, selectivity, and reference point of Lucanus malabaricus in Makassar Strait. And now I would like to invite Ibu Vera Samaya.
Hello.
Okay, hello Ibu.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. So the screen is yours, Ibu, and the time on the 10 minutes for the subject.
Yes, thank you for the time. Good afternoon, everyone. My paper today that I will present, it is study about adaptive capacity of seagrass bed in Manokwari waters related to the vulnerability of small island Nusmapi. This paper is from our team, myself, and also Astrid Manangkoda from Office of the Center Climate Change Control and Forest and Land Fires, Maluku, Papua region. Also Paul Sboli from Graduate Program University of Papua, Manokwari. Next, please. The outline of presentation is first introduction, method, result, and discussion, and conclusions. And next, please. Okay, As we know that small islands are very vulnerable to environmental pressures, both from land and the sea. Vulnerability of small islands could be a damage to ecosystems. However, a coastal ecosystem also may reduce external influence by the proportion of coastal habitats. The coastal habitats have the ability of adaptive capacity to protect against outside disturbance. Nusmapi, well known in locally in Manokwari as a Lemon Island, is a small island located in Dorari Bay nearby the Manokwari coastal, that's in front of Manokwari city, with a land area about 16.3 hectares. Next, please. The coastal ecosystem of Nusmapi Islands, consisting of seagrass and coral reef, and is an important factor for maintaining the sustainability of the island's existence. This study aims to analyze the adaptive capacity of seagrass ecosystem as a criterion for determining the ability of Nusmapi Island ecosystem to vulnerability. Next, please. The material and method used in this study, as we all can see from the slides, that's in Nusmapi Islands in figure that's in the slides. Then we plot the transect line, 3 transect lines in the front of the coastal. There is a 3 transect line in the distance between one to another is 50 meters, and also the length of transect line about 50 meters to the sea. Okay, next please. For assessing the adaptive capacity of the seagrass bed ecosystem, we modified from Subur 2017, and that we should measure seagrass dimension index and a seagrass species, also seagrass percent cover, and amount of seagrass, also determine seagrass height, and a number of seagrass stands, also determine the substrate types, and knowing the distance of seagrass ecosystem from human settlement. There is 8 parameters used. Next, please. And for seagrass dimension index, we should know the segment value, both from width and length dimension, along the area we measure the seagrass. And the value, if already measured, that's a value between 0 to 2. 0 is the will categorize as very low, and 2 is very high. Next, please. Also, previously I have said that together with knowing the species of seagrass, we also should measure the height, the amount of individu in the quadrant that put on the line transect, and the result will be categorized into 5 from very low to very high, as said in this slide. Next, please. This is the criteria for assessing seagrass capacity ecosystem modified from Subur 2017. That's from index dimension, species, then so on. That's for the 8 category. Next, please. As a result, we found that there are 8 seagrass species in the Nusmapi Islands. 5 from the pioneer species like Timodosea rotundata, and the other 3 are climate climax species like Thalassia hempriki. And this finding also the first time recorded for the species Halophila opina losa, that before the published paper before not mentioned about this species. Next, please. For a seagrass percent cover, it's shown that Thalassia hempriki has the higher percent cover, followed by Cimodocea. Next, please. Also, the amount of seagrass stands and height average is showing in this table, showing that the highest amount of seagrass stands is by Cimodocea rotundata, while the average height is by Syringodium isoetifolium. Okay, next, please. So as the to sum up the equation from the seagrass adaptivity capacity for Nusmapi Island, we found that seagrass dimension index is 0.05, and seagrass species is Cimodocea. Then seagrass cover is about 10.0. That's ranked in very low to low to moderate, is shown in this table. Then amount of seagrass in this case that the species the 8, and then substrates is the sand coral. And then seagrass height is the weight or bobot to know how much the adaptive capacity of the seagrass is about 3 for seagrass height is range from 3.65 to 15.3, and the number of seagrass stands and the highest one is 78, but it's still category.
Limit is 2 minutes left. May
Okay.
Your presentation or jump to the conclusion.
Yeah, and the distance is less than 0.015. Thus, the total equation for the capacity value of seagrass ecosystems is 0.53, category as vulnerable. Next, please. We know that seagrass has important roles for sediment trap and stabilizer in coastal area. In Nusmapi Island, this seagrass bed only found into the area face to Manokwari city, while the other is confronted directly to open sea. In this case, that Pacific Ocean. Next, please. As a conclusion, we found that adaptive capacity of seagrass ecosystem in Nusmapi Island in Manokwari, based on the 8 parameter measure, was 0.43 and categorized as moderate. Thus, this value due to the ecosystems has a low dimension index and low number of seagrass stands. Also, it's very close for residential area. Therefore, that need to pay attention to the condition for seagrass bed in that time. Okay, and next. Thank you for the time. I return to the moderator.
Thank you to Ibu for giving us an informative and also interesting research about adaptive capacity of seagrass bed in Manokwari water. Now I would like to invite Bapak Saiful Ahmad Tauladani to present your research.
Yes, thank you, Pak Yoga. I'm here. Could you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Very well. Okay, so the script is yours, Bapak.
Okay. Thank you very much, Pak Yoga. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu and good afternoon. First of all, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Saiful Ahmad Toladani. I'm a lecturer from the Polytechnic Kelautan and Perikanan Bitung, but currently I'm a student at the Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Security, or ANCARS, in the University of Wollongong, Australia, funded by the Australia Award Scholarship. I'm so grateful to be here today to share some of the work that I have done so far. And as you can see on the screen, the title of my presentation is An Overview of Indonesian Policy on Transshipment Practice in Capture Fisheries through the lens of current international guidelines. Next slide, please. So first, we will look into the background of the research topic of this paper. We will see what transshipment is and why it is essential in capture fisheries. So generally, transshipment is defined as an act of transferring catch or other goods between vessels at sea. And these practices are often important to fishing operators to maintain the catch quality and reduce operational costs. This is because transshipment could make fishing vessel operates longer, since their catch could be transferred to a carrier vessel and they can get a resupply like fuel, food, and anything while transshipping. And on the other hand, faster transportation of catch can maintain fish quality and freshness, which of course will benefit the fishing operators. Next slide, please. However, despite its benefit, transshipment at sea can also become a way for illegal, unregulated, and unreported or IUU fishing activities, and also other fisheries-related crime, such as fish laundering, labor slavery, and also smuggling of drugs, guns, people, and etc. For example, here in this illustration, we can see how fish laundering can be facilitated by transshipment. We see how carrier vessel could receive a transfer of fish both from legal and illegal fishing vessels, and after the catch get mixed, it can be sold as illegal to fish customers. It's like no different between them. And again, in the other picture, we can see that without proper monitoring, it is possible that it is not only fish that can be transshipped, but also other things such as drug, weapons, and something else, like I said before. So this all is evident that despite its benefit, there is also a significant risk if transshipment is not well managed. Next slide, please. So due to the previous consideration, there is an increased interest in the international community. There is an increased awareness in international community to improve regulatory control over transshipment operations. This was intended to support sustainable fisheries management, which already exists, while preventing IUU fishing. And as a response to this global concern, the Committee of Fisheries, or COFI, of the FAO in 2016 encouraged the organization, the mother organization of them, the FAO, to initiate work on transshipment. So as we can see here in this slide, a global study on transshipment was then held in 2017. And the finding from this study then being followed by an in-depth study on transshipment, which then become a publication from the FAO in 2020. As we can see, that's the document there in the middle. And considering all the recommendations from the study, FAO then held an expert consultation to develop draft voluntary guideline for transshipment. And after several meetings and intergovernmental forums in 2022, the voluntary guideline for transshipment were endorsed. Next slide, please. Now, if we see in our national context, Indonesia is actually on its way to building a proper transshipment policy along with its effort to eradicate IUU fishing. As we can see on this slide, there has been a rapid and dynamic change in the policy on transshipment in the last decade in Indonesia, which indicates an effort from the government to search for an adequate approach. As we know, in 2014, as a part of an effort to eradicate the IUU fishing practices, transshipment practices were completely banned in Indonesia. However, there were then growing calls for the government to allow transshipment under strict control, as certain local fishing operations, particularly in tuna fishing industries, needed transshipment for logistic purposes. So the ban was then relaxed in 2016 with the introduction of a supporting vessel concept, and then eventually overturned in November 2020, where transshipment practice was then reallowed through the Ministry Decree number 58 to 2020. Next slide, please. So next, we move to the methodology. Considering all the previous facts on the background and all the relevant references, and by using the FAO's voluntary guideline for transshipment as a benchmark, a desktop analysis was then conducted in this study to answer the research question. And the research question is, what are the key issues or points of recommendation in the FAO voluntary guideline for transshipment, and have current Indonesian fisheries regulation on transshipment accommodated them? And to answer this question, the first step taken was, of course, to review the current voluntary guideline on transshipment to find the key issues or the points of recommendation in it. And then these key issues will be used as a benchmark to review the current national regulation in Indonesia. Next slide, please. And as mentioned before, the first step taken in the analysis is to review the current international voluntary guideline on transshipment. And based on the review, it was determined that there are 6 key issues in the guideline, which are clear definition of transshipment, authorization, reporting, monitoring, data exchange and information sharing, and last one is the recognition of the special requirement for the developing countries. It is believed that all of these key issues need to be accommodated in a proper transshipment management in order to ensure every transshipment event is adequately regulated, authorized, monitored, and controlled. Next slide, please. A review was also conducted to the current transshipment regulation in Indonesia to get an overview on how transshipment was managed in this country. So according to the current regulation, there are 2 types of transshipment based on its location. The first type of transshipment is transshipment within Indonesian National Fisheries Management Areas, or WPPRI. And the second type is transshipment on high seas. And Indonesia also regulates that transshipment should be carried out by Indonesian fishing and carrier vessel within their business or operational group. So there is a limitation here. And all of these transshipment vessels need to be authorized and comply with the monitoring and reporting obligation. And especially for vessels who are authorized to transship on the high seas, some of their obligations refer to the regulation of the regional fisheries management organization or arrangement relevant to the area where they operate. For example, it's the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, or IOTC, and CCSBT in the Indian Ocean area, and also the WCPFC and the IITTC in the Pacific Ocean. And there is also a limitation regarding the period of a single fishing trip, which is 180 days, or about 6 months for vessel operated within the WPPRI, and also a limitation on the number of ports of base and port of loading for each vessel. So that is a general overview of the current transshipment management in Indonesian capture fisheries. Next slide, please. So based on the review of the current national regulation, as we can see here in this checklist table, all of the key considerations from the FAO guidelines have been accommodated. However, there are some notes for each point, and some of these notes point out loopholes that need to be closed in order to refine and strengthen the current regulation. For example, in terms of definition,
Your time presentation on the 2 minutes.
Okay. it should be enough. Thank you. The definition of transshipment in Indonesian regulation is too narrow and need to be enhanced as per the guidelines. So another thing, the implementation of reporting and monitoring process is also challenging for Indonesia, considering the vast area of Indonesia and the various type of fisheries within it. For example, about how to implement a technology-based monitoring system and fulfilling 100% coverage of observer on board per carrier vessel. And there is also a special note on the last 2 points, which are data exchange and information sharing and the recognition of the requirement for developing countries. So even though those are not clearly stated in the document that had been reviewed in this study, there is evidence that Indonesia has already done this recommendation. For example, data sharing with the RFMO and the Global Fishing Watch, and also some cooperation between Indonesia with some countries in relation with IUU fishing eradication and sustainable capture fisheries management. Nevertheless, there are still opportunities where all these efforts actually can be optimized. Final slide, please. So we go to the conclusion and recommendation. After all the review, it is clear that the recent Indonesian transshipment regulation have generally aligned with the international guidelines recommendation and covered all the key issues. However, there are still rooms where the existing rules can be refined and strengthened to benefit the Indonesian capture fisheries. And this study also recommends that Indonesia should move from the phase of just combating illegal transshipment to building more regulated, monitored, and profitable transshipment practices, which at the end of the day will support the implementation of the blue economy in Indonesia. And of course, more relevant study, as we all do here, are needed to provide scientific consideration to support these efforts. Last slide, please. So that's all my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I'm happy to take question or suggestion from all of you later. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu and good day.
Thank you to Bapak Saiful Ahmad Al-Ayali for giving us informative overview about the transshipment practice. And now I want to invite the last presenter, Ibu Siti Nurul Aida. Oh, so Ibu Siti send the video. So please for the IC play the video from Ibu Siti Nurul Aida.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks moderator and good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thanks moderator and good afternoon all participants. Permission to present my paper is entitled Population Dynamic of Snakehead Fish and Marble Goby Fish, Their Management in Bili-Bili Reservoir, South Sulawesi. Author Safran Makmur, Siti Nurul Aida, Tuan Nanda, Dian Pamularsi, Hoirul Pata, Makri, and Muhammad Ali. Introduction. High exploitation of fish resources in inland waters cause the degradation of fish resources, including snakehead fish and marble goby fish. The function of the reservoir are PDAM, irrigation, power generation, and flood control. Its potential as a fishery resource, there are 6 species of fish: tilapia, goldfish, bony lip barb, silver barb, snakehead fish, and mujair. Snakehead fish and marble goby fish are carnivore fish species that live in reservoir and there are consumed fish. The purpose of this study in information on the dynamic population is a management in Bili-Bili Reservoir, South Sulawesi. material and methods. This research in method survey in inland water. The collected primary and secondary data and information collection. Sample fish were obtained by random sampling from the catch of local fishermen. The study was conducted for 6 months, March to August 2020. Samples were obtained from various types of fishing gear such as gill net, long lines, and nets. Catch data length frequency every month. The infinitive length and growth coefficient were estimated based on monthly length frequency with the 11 program in the phase 2. Table 1 is data, analyze data, and their formula. The data are growth coefficient, infinity length, T0, natural mortality, total mortality, fishing mortality, exploitation rate, and growth parameter. The formula to analyze data. Result and discussion. 1. Feature 2 length class of snakehead fish. Total sample 162 fishes. The length range is 14 to 37 centimeter. Feature 3 and 4, the infinity length is 41.16 centimeter. The growth coefficient is 0.64 per year, and T0 is 0.24 year. Based on growth coefficient, infinity length, and T0, so that the growth curve of von Bertalanffy equation is LT is like that. Natural mortality is 1.2 per year. Total mortality is 2.5 per year. Fishing mortality is 1.3 per year, and exploitation rate is 0.52, which means that the exploitation rate of snakefish in Bili-Bili Reservoir has overfishing. 2. Marble goby fish. Feature 5 length class marble goby fish. Total sample 253 fishes. Maximum length 31 cm. Minimum length is 18 cm. Feature 6 and 7, the infinity length is 33.9 cm. The growth coefficient is 0.64 per year, and T0 0.224 years. Based on growth coefficient, infinity length, and T0, so that growth curve of marble goby follow the von Bertalanffy equation is LT is like that. Natural mortality is 1.31 per year. Total mortality is 2.63 per year. Fishing mortality 1.32 per year, and exploitation rate is 0.50. Which means that the exploitation rate of Barbie goby in the Bili-Bili Reservoir has overfishing. The management of snakehead and marble goby fish in Bili-Bili Reservoir, South Sulawesi, are regulation the use of fishing gear, regulation catch and regulation catch area, and habitat management, example, reservoir in Bili-Bili Reservoir, and then maintain water resources and the environment. Conclusion, the infinity length of snakehead fish is 41.16 33.16 centimeter, and marble goby fish is 33.91 centimeter with an exploitation rate of snakehead fish and marble goby fish is 0.50 to 0.52, which means had been overfishing. Management of snakehead fish and marble goby fish is with regulation of fishing gear, regulation fishing method, and reservoir. Thanks. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. So now I think we directly going to the discussion section for this session, and I would like to have 3 brief questions from the participants who joined on Zoom number 4, room number 4. Sorry, maybe only 5 minutes for the discussion. So we have volunteer from the participant who work with us in class by offline. Please the PIC help us to do the camera to the student.
Okay, good afternoon, Kak Yoga and Ms. Triyanawati. Permission to introduce myself. My name is Gedung from the Faculty of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Udayana University. And my question, first, based on the result of your research, what is the relationship between fish good partner and the affordability of fish stock? And secondly, what are the common obstacles you face collecting stories as a long-term data for analysis of fisheries trend? Thank you.
Moderator, excuse me. I can't get the question because the voice is not clear. Can you repeat for me the question?
Okay. So the student has 2 questions to you, Ibu Triyanawati.
Yeah.
The first is based on your research. What is the relationship between fish growth and the affordability of fish stock? And the second question is, what are the common obstacles you face in collecting historical or long-term data for analysis of fish trends?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. I try to answer the questions. Okay. This is related to the stock status, right? About the determining the stock status. Yeah. Actually, for the determining the stock status is we have many methods, and for based on the length base, we are not only use for that I already proposed E exploitation rate and also F limit, but also many methods. For example, LBSPR, length based spawning potential ratio, or length based Bayesian and others. This method we can use as determine the reference points or stock status. So for in this case, I propose exploitation rate E and also F limit. And for the F limit, I use the Patterson 1992, which is the F limit equals to 2/3 m. Sometimes people also use F limit equal to a half m, but people use F equal m as the F limit, but considering this species is a slow growth and late in maturity, so mostly have difficult to resilience for the renewable stock. So for proposing the for this condition and considers this characteristic, I use F limit equals to 2/3 m, and also related to the sampling method. Related to sampling methods. As mentioned, as the same with Pak Antony in the previous session, we use the enumerator to help the collector the data, and in the daily sampling, and also this research is conducted by Research Institute for Marine Fisheries, and the data also supporting by the YAKAN, Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara, which conducted the research started to 2018. And is there any question? Is it answer your question, Yoga, or there is other? Sorry.
Okay, the students say thank you to you. Now so all information is already answered by our response.
Okay.
And we
Thank you.
have the participant on room, Bapak Ervin. Please open your microphone and your camera. You are, sorry. My apologies, Pak Ervin, your microphone still mute.
Sorry. Okay, it's clear. Yeah. Question for Mrs. Erna. Seen in the study using a multiple model approach. For example, you for the natural mortality. The question is how to determine the best model that we choose that is close to the actual condition in the field. How to choose the model for Mrs. Erna, and for the Ibu, the last presenter, Ibu Nurul Aide, if I'm not wrong. I see in the conclusion said that the snakehead fish and marble goby with the 0.5 until 0.52 for the exploitation rate, it's mean already overfishing. As I know, overfishing the number until 1.0. In that condition 1.0 until below the 1.0, I think fully exploited. I think that is just suggestion for Bu Aida. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Pak Martin. Please, Ibu Dianawati, to respond to the.
Okay, thank you, moderator, for this opportunity, and Pak Ervin for your question. Okay, actually, for the, as I mentioned before, the natural mortality is quite difficult to calculate, and that's why I use in my study I use 4 models, which are approaching life history model and also empirical models. And I only use life history model. It's represented by Zhang and Magre 26, and the empirical, I used three models from then et al, and then Pauli, and also Hubungi. And the question is related to how to determine the fixed model related to our analysis. Okay, in this case, we already know the characteristic of the Lucanus malabaricus or Malabar sniper. Commonly is as long-lived and low mortality and led to maturity. So in this case, we choose Zhang and Megre as input to the other models. Why? Because based on Maunder et al. 2023, he mentioned that the equation for M from Pauli 1980, Unique 1983, and also then et al. 2015 is a represent empirical approach, was not recommended because based on test of uncertainty and error calculations on the M and within M and with scale M, the result was skewed and tended to give poor estimates, especially for species with low M value, for instance, for long-lived species. So this is the reason why I choose the result from Zhang and Megre, because it's and commonly the method for M with approach life history model is better than the empirical. Actually, there are 4 models to analyze the M, not only empirical and life history, but also tagging data and also comprehensive model. Okay, I think, is it answer your question, Pak Erwin?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Erna.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, thank you to Ibu Erna for your response. And Ibu Aida, are you in the room already?
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Ya, malam, Bu.
Okay. Thanks to Pak Erwin. I know my video is strong. The correction, the exploitation rate is wrong, and I want to correct my manuscript last time. Thanks to correction.
Okay, thank you to Ibu Aida for your response, and also Pak Erwin for your suggestion to correction the data from the Ibu Aida. So I think we will close the discussion session for session 3 today, because the time actually for the start to the poster session. I would like to thank the presenter for the fruitful insight and also the participant for all comments and also questions from all of you. And please give an applause to all presenter and all of you. I would say thank you for your attention. I think we will rest for 10 minutes first before we start the poster session. Thank you. Good afternoon all. We are in safe and healthy condition. We are honorable presenter and participant of this session. The session is number 4 on room number 4 in second international seminar and fish and fisheries science. My name is Yoga from Muhammadiyah University. I will lead this session as the moderator, and pleased to be here and welcome to all of you. Bapak Ibu, the last session is for the poster session, so we will watch the video from the presenter, and the video, and for each video is 5 minutes. And after that, after the video play, followed by the discussion. On this session, we have 5 presenters. The first is Ibu Ruby Widiakusuma. The second is Ibu Kusna. And third is Bapak Ahmad Surya Hadi Saputra. The fourth is Bapak Imron, and the last is Bapak Yuda Tributraha Adiputra. So for the IC, please share the video from the presenter.
Environmental DNA (eDNA) is a tool that can be used to detect the presence of an animal species from genetic material left in environmental DNA (eDNA) is a tool that can be used to detect the presence of an animal species from genetic material left in the environment. Environmental DNA (eDNA) is a tool that can be used to detect the presence of an animal species from genetic material left in the environment. In practice, eDNA has been developed to detect and monitor the presence and abundance of threatened species from media which is their natural habitat. Our work aims to provide an overview of the development of eDNA approaches to detect and monitor the presence and abundance of threatened fish in Indonesian waters. Data were collected from the Fishbase and Scopus databases till the 28th of May 2023. Our results show that Indonesia have 352 threatened fish, 47% vulnerable, 34% endangered, and 19% critically endangered. Osphragmidae, Melanotanidae, Dasiatidae, Carcharinidae, and Gobiidae are the families with the highest number of threatened species. Based on a systematic review, there are 30 threatened fish species whose eDNA has been detected in Indonesia. 76% Chondrichthyes and 24% Actinopterygii. The eDNA metabar coding approach was widely employed. eDNA research focuses on species detection, distribution, community structure, and diversity. But, the abundance study to estimate the population of threatened fish is still limited. The abundance study to estimate the population started by Thompson et al. 2011, who monitored endangered freshwater biodiversity, and was followed up by further studies. In Indonesia, the development of eDNA to detect populations or abundance of threatened species was carried out by Larashati et al. 2021 and Kusuma et al. 2023 on eels and balashark. There are numerous steps to developing eDNA to study the abundance of threatened fish. The steps begins with the design-specific primers and probes for target species, followed by laboratory pond validation, field validation, and eDNA application for detection and monitoring. The eel has already been validated in the lab and in ponds, while the balashark is presently concentrating on specific primer and probe designs. There are various obstacles that will affect the results of estimating fish abundance using eDNA, including biotic and abiotic factors. In conclusions, The development of eDNA techniques to detect and monitor the presence and abundance of threatened fish in Indonesian waters has been reported in our review. eDNA has been employed in various studies and has detected 8.5% of the 352 threatened fish species in Indonesia. However, in terms of assessing the abundance of threatened fish, the eDNA method is still not commonly developed, 0.6% of total species. The development of eDNA for studying population abundance in nature is needed to assist in the conservation and population management of threatened fish in Indonesia.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to introduce myself. I'm Husna from the Research Center from Fisheries. Would like to share our research finding on river environment quality in the Indonesian capital city, which I shortened it to ICC for the rest of my presentation. The background of this study are issue for relocation ICC of Indonesia to East Kalimantan. Approximately 256,000 hectare area will allocate for ICC. Existing coverage area in ICC dominated by secondary natural forests, buses, and industrial forests. Most of ICC area is a lowland area surrounded by many short, shallow, and narrow width rivers, with the source of their water located in the ICC core zone, and the flood is potential disaster in that area if it is not managed properly. Many environmental issues and disasters resulting from anthropogenic activity and natural phenomena are recorded long before the ICC project has started. River management is a key factor for the sustainable management of the ICC. However, limited data and information on river environment quality which is needed to support the sustainable management of the ICC program. The objective of the study to get baseline data and information on the state of river environment qualities through the assessing the water and sediment quality of the main rivers in ICC areas. Methodology: the study area is located in ICC core area in East Kalimantan, 2 reference rivers located in non-ICC core zone, and 5 rivers with the water source from the ICC core zone were selected as sampling site. 18 surface water and 9 sediment parameters were collected. Multivariate cluster analysis is used to group the sampling site having similar water quality. The state of the river environment quality is calculated with the stored analysis approach. The parameter selected for analysis is the parameter state on the National Water Quality Reference of the Indonesia government. Results of our study indicate that water rainfall are the driving factor for river environment quality. Cluster analysis, as you can see in figure 10, indicate that except for the Pemaluan River, we classified as group 1, The reference river, Rico and Mentawai rivers, and the 4 rivers located in the ICC core zone have similar water and sediment characteristics. From table 1, you can see that the total suspended solid are the main water quality parameter to differentiate the Euclidean distance between Pemaluan and the rest of the 6 rivers. The concentration of total suspended solid, chemical oxygen demand, total phosphorus reached about 732 milligram per liter, 25 milligram per liter, and 0.4 milligram per liter, respectively. And they are already exceeded the upper threshold for seawater class, which is 400 milligram per liter for TSS, 25 milligram per liter for COD, and then 0.24 milligram per liter for phosphorus, total phosphorus, respectively. The highest SS concentration in Pemaluan rivers could also be contributed to the ICC activities, since the Pemaluan district is the center of the ICC core zone, as you see in figure 6. And from 2020 to 2024, most ICC activity focused on infrastructure construction in the Pemaluan district. Total suspended solid, chemical oxygen demand, total phosphorus, and organic in Pemaluan River are the key parameter indicator of the presence of anthropogenic activities, both from ICC and non-ICC activities. Storage analysis in table 2 showed that river in the ICC core area and non-ICC river are in a light and moderate degradation. In conclusion, river environment quality in ICC and non-ICC areas are already disturbed long before ICC project conducted. River environment quality in ICC core and non-ICC area are in the light and moderate degradation state. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody. Today we're going to explain our study about the installation of a mini land hauler on a 9 gross ton handline tuna vessel in southern Malaysia, Indonesia. The reason we did this study are Sunland tuna fishing boat currently operated in southern Malaysia is unequipped with any auxiliary fishing equipment. Fishing boat stability is important consideration during fishing operations on handline tuna. Additional equipment to set up on boat must not exceed the boat stability tolerance itself. The study aims to determine the angle of inclination after utilizing and operating the mini land hauler. Material and methods. The different load distribution simulation were carried out on board fishing boat to determine the boat stability itself. Several data collection needs following by length overall, length before perpendicular, breadth, and depth of the boat. The other parameters will be carried out were trim, draft, load weight, the distance of load weight point vertically, and the distance of weight point longitudinally, or LZ. The fishing boat stability determined by calculating the righting lever or GZ value. The formula as follows this one. Result and discussion. The general assessment of the fishing boat for the 9 gross ton handline tuna consisting of multiple sections. The mini land hauler consists of 2 main parts, which are hydraulic unit pack located on starboard side and land hauler itself in the port side. A According to the calculation of the 9 gross ton handline tuna has a center buoyancy point by 0.27 from midship to forward of the boat. Meanwhile, the TPC or tons per centimeter of the boat equal to 0.315. In this means, in order to alter the ship's draft by 1 centimeter, an additional or decreased load weight of 315 kg is required. However, the weight of mini land hauler in total is only 100 kg. Thus, the change in draft caused by the addition of 100 kg mini land hauler is less than 0.35 centimeter. Hydrostatic curves shows the altering of moment to change trim 1 centimeter or MTC, which is 3 tons per 5 centimeter. Thus, the weight of the mini land hauler, about 100 kg, doesn't give really impact to the change of MTC. The other side, the force that released due to the tuna trying to escape gets a reaction with the same magnitude, but in the opposite direction. The tuna will pull one side of the boat but will be held back by the buoyant force and the stability of the boat. According to this situation, the calculation of the angle inclination or inclination of the angle of the fishing boat due to the fishing operation, especially during hauling the common tuna size into the boat using the mini land hauler is 3.52 degree. This condition is still considered safe because the maximum gauge value of this size of fishing boat is 0.334 meter, occurs at angle of 42.4 degree with an initial GM value of 0.640 meter. Conclusion. The installation or the placement the mini land hauler on the fishing boat with 9 gross ton size operated in southern Malang Sea gave an effect to the stability of the fishing boat but still remain in safe conditions, since the angle of inclination of this fishing boat is only about 3.52 degree. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Dear moderator and all participants of International Seminar on Fish and Fisheries Sciences 2023, I'm Imran from National Research and Innovation Agency. In this moment, we would like to present our work titled Geometric Morphometric Analysis of Morphological Variation in Bogor and Solok Populations of Bonelli Parp Osteoculus Vittatus. To start with, we would like to introduce both Nilam and morphometrics. In Indonesia, Nilam is reported to widely occur in inland water of the mainland island of Java, Sumatra, and Kalimantan. Geographic isolation, solely or in combination with environmental adaptation, may contribute to divergent evolution, resulting in phenotypic variation. Identifying and describing body shape as a major component of phenotypic variation using traditional morphometric approach, which relies on size, distance measures, ratio, and angle, may be less powerful and less informative. Geometric morphometric method, which rely on configuration of Cartesian landmark and semi-landmark coordinates, combined with procrustic superimposition procedure, have been able to overcome the problem. The approach has been able to produce shape information that are free from effect of size, position, and orientation. In addition, it has also capacity to graphically visualize the pattern of shape changes. As a result, it has gained popularity in modern morphometric studies. So, the objective of this study is to identify and to describe morphological variation between geographically distant or Theophilus vittatus population from Bogor and Solok by applying geometric morphometric method. To carry out this study, we used 70 individual samples that were collected from Bogor and Solok. Then images from each sample was taken using a digital camera and then were digitized on 17 landmark points using TPSD software, and then followed by analysis using broadcaster superimposition and multivariate analysis and graphical visualization. The result of the study found that geometric morphometric analysis was able to identify and distinguish body shape of both populations. Morphologically, Bogor population was characterized by having slender body shape. Solok population was characterized as having a shorter and wider body shape. Graphical presentation of shape differences and changes are presented in figure 1, 2, and 3. Several landmark points that contributed most to the body shape differences were those forming and characterizing body width and body length. Here the figure 1 showing the deformation grid presentation of differences and shape changes of Bogor population in left side and Solok population on right side. When figure 2 are the wireframe grid presentation showing differences and shape changes of Bogor in left side and Solok in right side relative to the consensus shape. In figure 3, here we show that comparative visualization of body shape differences between Bogor and Solok population, as illustrated using real picture on the upper side and as deformation grid in the lower side. As conclusion, geometric morphometric method was able to detect, capture, and visualize morphological variation in body shape between bony part population of Bogor and Solok, which are geographically distant. Morphologically, in lateral view, body shape of Solok population was slightly wider and shorter than they look stubby in comparison with Bogor population, which look slender. Thank you.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Yudhatri Nugraha Adiputra. We are from poster presentation AGO 64, and we like to present our research result that is entitled Grow Out Scallop Spiny Lobster and Pronghorn Spiny Lobster and optimize hemocyte production for microbial endotoxin screening. Okay, when we see our poster that we have in our university, we have ability to culture spiny lobster only within 6 months. That's why not only for production, right now we have to looking for another benefit for this lobster, that is hemocyte production. Many research in other countries, they found that some like horseshoe crab, the hemocyte able to use as a endotoxin screening for microbial pathogen. That's why we like to use this mechanism, and we use spiny lobster hemocyte as a subject for this screening of endotoxin. And in this research, we use 2 kinds of species for the spiny lobster. That's scallop spiny lobster and pronghorn spiny lobster. And we using 300 for scallop and 200 individual for pronghorn. And we culture for 6 months. We're using mangrove snail meat in the first one, and we culture within 6 months, and we have a special result for this one. We found that two distinct population. That's why we call it fast growth and slow growth for this from these two species. And for the hemocyte production, we found that the scallop spaniel lobsters more able to produce hemocyte compared to pronghorn. That's why, in conclusion, we recommend that when we used to have hemocyte production in large scale, we can get from the scallop spaniel lobster rather than pronghorns. And in future, from this result, we evaluate the function of hemocyte, and we using negative bacteria, positive bacteria, gram bacteria. Then the other one is the antimicrobial peptide bacteria that we find from another institution. And I hope that we can discuss more result about this in the future when we meet another seminar. And thank you for the attention, and for the committee, and for everyone in here. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for presenter for giving us an informative and interesting presentation. And now we are going to the discussion session, and I would like to have three brief questions from the participants who joined us on Zoom. On chat box, I think we have one question, but I think the question addressed to Ruby Tidian Suma, not to Pak RP, I think. And the question is, the accuracy of environmental DNA method is estimating stock abundance relative to other traditional or established methods.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I answer the question? Like in the box, I have answered this question. Some study show with correlation between EDN concentration and abundance or biomass. In the review of Rourke et al. 2022, 90% there are correlation from EDN concentration and fish abundance. Maybe this is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ruby, for your response. And to Pak Imran, do you have response?
Yeah. So sorry, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, clearly, Pak.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mas Ruby. So from your answer, that seems to be there is quite accuracy in estimating the stock by implementing environmental DNA method. Yeah, that's your answer,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for Pak Imran and Pak Ruby. We still have time to the participant who wants to ask the presenter. We open until 2:30 for the discussion. Okay, we have another question from the participant to Pak Imron. And the question is, can the factors such as differences in ecosystem, food availability, and fishing pressure be the determining factor in the morphology of the habitat? To Bapak Imron, please respond the question from the participant.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will try to answer and share maybe my literature review regarding the body shape variation in Osteophilus. Yeah. Yes, basically, as we may know that body shape as one type of phenotype is, say, resultant of genetic factor and environment and genetics. So any component that belongs to that category could be a component that might contribute to the body shape variation. So, but unfortunately, under the current study, I think the sample size or the sampling site is not quite enough to test there. But basically, both genetics and environmental factors such as water velocity, for example, and then feeding preference and feed availability, also pressure stocks. I have already read some literature that yes, that factor also can contribute to shape or to contribute to body shape variation. But yeah, we still need to explore this further because in this study, this kind of just a preliminary study that I'm trying to focus on detecting whether these two populations, which is people say that is one species, is there a body variation or not? But yes, it is. But we do not do not know exactly at the moment what kind of driving factor that may shape this variation. Thank you.
Thank you to Imran for the research. And I think we can close the presentation because we should do following agenda for the next agenda. The next agenda will start to the next agenda. For the next agenda is coffee break and door prize. So when you are lucky, you will get the door prize is book from any author, and the session will start on 2:30 in Lantai. I think we can close the presentation, and I would like to say thanks for the presenter and also the participant for the comment, the question, and the critical insight on this session. For the last, give an applause to all the presenter and all the participants in this room. We thank you for all of you and see you on next IS. Thank you.